Boo! Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and as you could tell by the title and the thumbnail, we are going to be torturing ourselves once again in order to try and receive a modicum of rank. Yep, that's pretty much it. There is not much to talk about today. So there's that. I'm doing alright. Today is currently Friday for me. It's the end of Friday. It's almost Saturday. But I'm doing alright. Yeah, there isn't, like, anything really to talk about. Oh, that's what I was going to check. I don't think there's been any, like, major tournaments since last we talked. No, not really. Did we talk about the YCS in Buenos Aires? No, this seems fairly new. I don't think we did talk about this one. There is something of note. Sorry, I lied to you all. There is something of note. And that is Mermail won a YCS. Mermail just won the most recent TCG YCS. Which is, you know, it's not bad. It's not bad. But this deck is kind of interesting. Not this deck in particular, but Mermail in specific is kind of interesting in the fact that it is basically a balls to the walls combo deck that is playing like very minimal, very minimal, but is like playing a whole bunch of just like auto win games, right? Yeah, we could take a look at the OCG, because the OCG is honestly kind of interesting, and I do want to take a look at it and talk about it for a sec. But yeah, Mermail is, it's doing some heinous things. Obviously the meta is still dominated mostly by Ryzeal and Malice, and honestly this is an Argentina YCS. While it was fairly large for a South American YCS, it's not exactly a, like, the pinnacle of competition when it comes to an international event, or even in a national event, right? A national level event. So for the most part, it's not like insane to see something like this, like, you know, the third, fourth best deck win. But all things considered, it's still kind of like, you know, mostly Ryzeal, mostly Malice, and Mermail kind of happens. Mermail kind of feels like almost like the combo version of an anti-meta stuff, or an anti-meta deck, where you're basically just like preventing the opponent from playing the game via doing this big combo that like puts up a bunch of Omni Negates and plays through hand traps fairly effectively and all of this jazz, but like doesn't really have much game going second, and like does have big blowout cards like Abyss Dweller and what have you that also basically shut it down, right? So there is a lot of moments where basically games are just not being played against this deck. I mean, you can see the barrier statue in there. You can also see Coelacanth, both of which basically end the game when they resolve, right? Just due to the either due to the amount of advantage that they generate, or due to the fact that they just prevent the opponent from really doing anything. So there's that. However, with that being said, literally it was one Mermail in the entirety of top 32. There were technically just as many Tenpais, Mitsurugis, and Yubels, which were played, which is something. I mean, there was a Fire King in top 32. So that being said, it's not like too surprising to see, you know, again, the fourth best deck. But that being said, we've also seen Mermail continue to do fairly well across the board, and not just in this one singular event. So that's something. Anyway. But what's interesting about this format is we can see here two very clearly dominant decks. We're looking at Ryzeal, Malice, metagame. But they're not so far and away the best things to be playing that they're pushing other things out of the meta. Like, for example, when Sprite and Tier were in the metagame, and it was basically you played Sprite or you played Tier or you played some combination of the two, or you basically didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! And, like, you had to play some sort of specific anti-meta strat that was designed to beat those two decks in, like, Pote format, right? Not like that. Or not like when Cash Tiro was meta, where it's like okay, you have to beat Kashtira kind of thing. It seems very much like pretty much any deck can beat these two. It's just whether or not you're going to. These decks tend to be more consistent. They tend to be more reliable. They tend to have the better setups and payoffs kind of thing, right? But that being said, if you have a good day, you can kind of win with anything, which is pretty cool. So I think it's a fairly decent metagame, and I think it's kind of exciting. That being said, I'm not really expecting a whole lot from from this event. That being said, yeah, let's look at. There were a few. Oh my gosh, I can't type. There were a few things of note in the OCG, which is, if we look at some of the more recent events, we can see this in particular. K9 and Dragon Tail have been released in the OCG, and if you don't know what these decks do, I don't blame you. They're very new. But real quick, we'll take a look at the K9 cards because I have a little bit more a memory of what these cards do in particular. Let me zoom in real quick. But the K9 effects are pretty interesting. Basically, each one of the effects says something along the lines of like, hey, if your opponent did something from the hand, activated a card effect from the hand, you get to do a thing, right? So Izuna special summons itself. Bada bing, bada boom. Your opponent does, activates Ash Blossom, or activates more specifically something that would like get their combo started, right? For example, okay, I just thought about it, and like none of the Ryzeal cards do anything, but like, they activate like a Maiden, a Blue Eyes Maiden in hand, and it's like bada bing, bada boom. You now get to play the game as well. These cards feel very similar to a lot of like the Labyrinth cards in the way that they play, where it's basically you have an option to do stuff on the opponent's turn. You may not always be able to do that and may not be advised to do that, and you can still go first and do other things, but you have that option to just be like, hey, you did a thing, I'm also going to get some advantage, right? Fire King kind of has stuff like this. Rescue Ace is probably the biggest one of comparison, where it's like, you did a thing, I'm now going to special summon my fire attacker or something like that, right? But yeah, they all pretty much have a similar idea of the way that they work. Dragon Tail is just it's just branded. It's just branded 2.0. It's a little bit more interesting because we have the Fusion spell, which says fusion summon a Dragon Tail fusion monster from your extra deck by using monsters from hand, deck, and or field as material. And then you cannot special summon from the extra deck except for fusion monsters for the rest of this turn. So there's that. It's just branded fusion, right? Requires you to send or to special summon the Dragon monster or Dragon Tail monster, locking you into fusions by utilizing hand, deck, or field. Pretty simple. We also have all of these guys that, like, when sent to the graveyard as fusion material, do additional things, which is a little bit better. I do like that a lot more than just, like, if they're sent to the graveyard, which means that you're not just, like, sending cards to the graveyard and, like, generating advantage by being sent, but more specifically, you have to, like, use them as fusion material, which is pretty nice. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just branded. It's like branded and Chimera on steroids. Yeah. Kinda. I mean, in the sense that, like, the Chimera cards generate advantage by being sent to the graveyard for fusion material, and branded does, like, the whole branded fusion thing, yes. But in reality, it's more just branded, slightly better. What's up, Cal? How's it going? But yeah, I mean, they pretty much do a whole bunch of similar things, searching spells, searching traps, etc. Or not traps, searching spells, searching monsters, going into fairly decent fusion monsters, but not like insane fusion monsters. And then just kind of like generating advantage in that regard. Yeah. So we can see also Crystron is still doing fairly well. What are their boss monsters like? Fusions. They're like fusions. If we look at them, if two or more monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time while this card is in your grave, you can special summon it. And then when you activate a card, Dragon Tail card effect, you target a card your opponent controls and destroy it. So it's like kind of removal. It's not exceptional, but like it pops card and it brings itself back, which is cool. And then we have this guy, which if fusion summoned, you could target monsters on the field and or in grave up to the number of monsters used as material, return them to the hand. Very good for going second. Pretty nice. And then if 2 or more monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it, but banish it when it leaves the field. So there's that. You're not really doing a whole lot more outside of those 2 fusions, but notably, I believe one of these fusion summons during the opponent's turn. Is it this one? During the main phase? Yeah, during the main phase, you can fusion summon a Dragon Tail monster using monsters from hand or field, and then you're locked into fusions for the rest of that turn. So basically, the idea is like, you know, you summon one of these guys, and then you can bring them back, and then you can like fusion summon during the opponent's turn to like generate disruption or something else of that nature. It's basically like the big payoff. To me, it almost feels like no, I don't know. It's kind of like branded, but it's less like do this big, long wombo combo style. I don't know. It might just be branded, but yeah, I don't know. These 2 are probably not really the payoff. More so, it's the fact that you can go into a whole bunch of things. Yeah, I mean, look at this extra deck. You know, Dragoon, Guardian Chimera. It's basically just, hey, all of this is pretty simple. Let's play a bajillion hand traps and do it. It's kind of like Ryzeal, but for fusion. Branded is a bad example. It's more like Ryzeal, but with fusion. I think that's a good way of talking about it. It's like Ryzeal, or it's like I don't know, maybe Sprite. It's like, cool, you made a board that does like 2 things, which is not exceptional, but like Cockroach branded, yeah, pretty much. Anyway, but Crystron's also doing very well. K9's also doing fairly decent, right? Just play like 3 of everything, and then a bunch of hand traps, and you just like play on the opponent's turn and yada yada, kind of slow them down in that regard. But yeah, the OCG is honestly kind of in a really good spot. Lots of different decks that you can play, lots of different variety as well in the way that they play, right? You know, Dragon Tail and K9 are very strong decks, but like Ryzeal and Malice are still playable, etc. That being said, like Orcust and Blue Eyes have kind of fallen off the face of the planet. They're really not seeing much play, so there's that. But yeah, I don't know. Dragon Tail looks kind of interesting. K9 looks kind of interesting. Maybe we'll get them sometime soon. That being said, I didn't actually talk about this last time, but there is something of note in the shop that we didn't talk about, which is this. Actually, I think this just came out like a couple of days ago, or yesterday, I think. Never-ending Nightmare Absorber, which, if you don't know, that's Galatea. That is just Galatea. It's actually a new card that we have yet to see in Orcust. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we don't have that card yet. But that is one of the new cards for Orcust, which I believe. Let me actually make sure that is a new card, because I'm pretty sure it is, but I don't know for certain. Orcust. We do have that already. Okay. But the reason I bring this up, are we sure about that? It's not an Orcust card. What is it? It's a... What was it called? Is it a Mech card? No, probably not. Do 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 do. Shoot. Nightmare Absorber. Thank you. This one. So the reason I bring this up is because this, to me, sounds like we're going to get the new Orcust cards, because there's not very many of them. But seeing this, I was like, okay, there is a good chance we get new Orcust cards, right? There's the 2 new Link monsters, which both of these matter immensely for the deck. But we also have, like, I believe the World Legacy cards. Sorry, hold on. I'm pretty sure there's some new World Legacy cards, if I'm not mistaken. Was it just the 2? I could have sworn there were more Orcust cards. Let me actually... No, it's just the 2. I could have sworn there was like a World Legacy card. Or something of that nature. Nope. I'm just lying. I'm just straight up lying. Anyway, the point is, I think that there is a high chance in one of the next packs we receive Orcust as just like, here you go. Because there's like 2 cards. I just am in desperate need of that Link 1. Not only for Orcust, but also for the World Legacy piles. Well, I mean, yeah, the Link 1's crazy in Orcust. And yeah, it's like, you just play the one... It's pretty much just the Link 1 that takes Orcust from being, like, a terrible, no-good, very bad deck that just no one would play, to, like, genuinely a meta threat. It's kind of crazy how much that Link 1 matters. Because if I'm not mistaken, it just kind of does, like, everything for the deck. I keep closing the tab, and I shouldn't do that. I'm kind of stupid. Because reading what it says, right? Reading what it says again. On Link Summon, sorry, you can only Link Summon it once. Can't be used as Xyz material, which matters. You can send a card from your hand to the grave in order to add a World Legacy monster or an Orchestrated Babble from your deck or grave to your hand. Which, first of all, searches the field spell. Incredible. It does have to send a card, not that big of a deal. And you could also potentially add a World Legacy monster instead, which I believe... let me actually check. Let's see. Yeah, you could add World Wand. You could add Armor, which I believe is what you generally... No. It's not Armor. What's the one that you add? Is it Key? There's one of them that, like, special summons themselves from the hand. I don't remember. You add one of them. And then that, like, generates additional advantage. Or you add Orchestrated Babble, which is the field spell that actually allows you to play the game, which now means that you can get both the field spell and the counter trap, which is really good for Orcust. And then on top of that, if this card is sent to the... if this card is in your graveyard, you can banish one other Orcust card from your grave in order to special summon it, which is, again, just kind of like extra Link material. Because this doesn't have some sort of restriction on Link summoning. It's just restricted from Xyz summoning, or Xyz material. So, pretty interesting. We also have the Enlingirsu, the Orcust Mech Knight, which is this guy, which I'm never going to say the correct name for, which... target one of your banished Orcust or World Legacy cards, add it to your hand, and then you can shuffle a card from your hand into the deck and take control of a face-up monster your opponent controls, which is just another way to have disruption, which is fantastic because this deck kind of needed something like that, especially since it's a dark monster, so you can go into it after being dark locked, and then you can yoink your guy. I believe you also play, like, the Abao Fiend, which is a Link 4. I could be wrong. We'll have to look at the deck list in a second. But then during the main phase, you can, if this card is in your graveyard, because it was sent there from the extra monster zone this turn, you can banish it, then send a card on the field to the grave. So it's basically just more disruption, which is kind of crazy. Dimension Shifter is too powerful. It's at 1. Isn't that crazy? Why would you not just ban it? The Link one that searches the field spell. Yep. It's Crowned. Thank you. Crown's the one that special summons itself. Alright. You special summon this in defense position to his own Link monster point too. That's it. And it's just like immediately with this, you can search it and then immediately go into Galatea, which is kind of crazy. But yeah. So I have a feeling we are going to get an Orcust in the next update. That being said, I would be not surprised at all if I was just entirely incorrect. Like immensely incorrect. Because Konami just does whatever the hell it wants, and there's not much else to really say about that. They just kind of choose to do what they choose to do. Do we not have a... Oh, I thought we had an Orcust one. No, I'm wrong. Okay, my bad. This one, maybe? Nope. This one, maybe? Nope. This one, maybe? Nope. This one. Yeah. It's pretty simple. It's basically, like, I think it's just those two new cards. I think literally nothing else is new. The deck was so close to being already incredible. And Lil will be true. Wonder if it's worth to run Mermaid and Orcust? Yes, absolutely. Right now? Yes, absolutely. Post new support? Unlikely. Just due to the fact that the New Link one just is better. Like, it does more or less the same thing. Right? Not quite the same thing, but it kind of does the same thing. 3 symbol? Is that the strat? So, okay, so the thing with symbol... the thing with Symbol Skeleton is that you can normal summon it, link it off with the Link 1, and then reborn a guy immediately. So, like, it's just, like, that card by itself, I think, is, like, a Link 4. Right? Because you go 1 into Crown Special, into the Galatea, Reborn, and then, like, put a guy back to, like, set, and then, like, Link 3. Oh, maybe it's only 3, but still. You can also do, you know, whatever else you want. So, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I look forward to the OCG. Or to the new cards. Orcust is very exciting. What was I going to do today? We were going to do a thing. I kind of wanted to play... I don't remember. Don't remember. No thoughts. Head empty. Where's Nimble Beaver? What if we played... nothing. I just exploded. I just cried. There was a... I thought there was a deck that I wanted to play. I don't remember what it is. What if we just played Stun? What if we just said, I'm gonna have a bad day, and so are you, and then just played Stun? You ever think about that? Play Cybers? As in, like, Cyber Dragon? Or, like, Cybers? Like, the type? Because, no. The fact that Stun is really good right now does make me sad. However, I don't think I can play Stun. I don't have the cards necessary for that. Like, I don't think I have Crackdown. Yeah, I don't have Crackdown. I have the Solemns. You know. But I don't have Iron Thunder. I also don't think I have Time Tearing. Yeah. Yubel. Hey, I wanted to have fun today. You know what's hilarious? I thought stun would be more fun than Yubel. That's actually not funny. That's just true. Runic stun? I don't think that's very good. Is it? Maybe. We'll take a look at it. Card scanner. Okay, some of these deck lists are tragic. If only I had a whole shit ton of draw cards, then we could do this. Generator. You know what? Sure. We'll play Runic Stun. Let's just make everyone else have a bad day. I could play Paleo. I do love Paleo. But we'll play Runic Stun. You know, why the fuck not? Why? I will still... I still, to this day, do not understand the limitations on this deck. Why is it so heavily limited? So just, yeah, it's just all of this. Two Typhon. No, that's hilarious. Do I need any other Runic cards? Nope, that seems to be it. Sick. Majesty. I have one upstart. I have 0 chicken game. Okay. Pot of you, Pot of you. This guy's not playing Pot of Extrav. Makes sense. Sure. OCG hates funny Runic cards? True. True. Japan's just like, Runic? And then killed it. Brought a hammer to its knees. It is Runic's fault, not the OP Saki 1 of Floodgates, according to Konami. True! Ignore the fact that there are entire stun decks that revolve around the Floodgates and not Runic. Trust it's Runic's fault. Bro, the fact that Synchro Zone is limited is maybe, quite possibly, the funniest shit I think I've ever seen. First he made Sky Striker, now he's playing Stun. Snow is in the Dark Phase. Yep. Yep. Clockwork Knight. Card Scanner. I'll just play the one. Then we need like Rivalry and Skill Drain. Rivalry and Skill Drain. And goes in. And there can be only one, which is always so impossible to find. For some reason, I don't have that card crafted, which I am now realizing is kind of strange. Organism. Synchrozone. Bruh. need, like, draw cards? What can I draw cards? What if I played, like, Engage? Played a very small Engage package. That sounds kind of stupid, not gonna lie. That sounds really stupid. What if I just played, like, Judgment? Yeah, I don't like that. Boop-doo, boop-doo. What if I played Reckless Greed? That's so stupid. Correct. Correct! We can play Anti-Spell. But I feel like I want cards that draw, right? Like, I need draw cards. Do I have... either... We could play Slash Draw. That sounds really stupid. Why is Upstart Goblin a fucking UR? Power Sink Stone? You're going to a YCS? Have fun. We could play Cyberjar. True. Do I have Cyberjar? I don't. Hilarious. Great game. Oh, why are there so many just shit URs? Why can't I decrap this stupid Jet Dragon? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Do I have Inspector Border? Inspector. ER? Or? No, I don't. I don't have any of the stun cards. We could play Messenger of Peace, which I don't hate. Oh, we could play Unending Nightmare. Oh, I actually do like that. And then maybe just a Solemn Brigade. Solemn. I don't know how I came up with that. It's fine. Maybe like 2 apiece of each of these, and maybe we cut you. I really need more draw spells, is the problem. Yeah. Like, I don't have Time Tearing, which also would be pretty nice. Like Chicken Game or the other one that I can't think of at the moment. Upstart is the other one I was thinking of. Why is Cyberjar a UR? Great question. This deck looks fun? Oh. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I don't know, Typhon. Oh my gosh. Typhon. Do we just play like Extrav? Is there a point to playing Extrav here? Probably not, right? Yeah, probably not. I don't know. I don't know. I'll cut this one short. We'll play another Judgment. I really wish I had more draw cards. I just don't. I mean, we could play Maxi. That's literally the best draw card. But the problem is, if we get our combo, they won't be special summoning, which we would then not be able to draw the cards necessary. We could play Perulia. It's fine. Trust, Copium. I mean, we could play, like, the Planet Pathfinder. But then we would very much so want, the chicken game. Brain turned off there. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It will be a-okay. Let's use Alucard. We'll do this one. And we'll use the... I should use the Pot of Greed, mate. Huh. We'll use the Froggo. Yeah, that's fine. However, before we do that, I just remembered. Hey, chat, there's a new solo mode. Pot of Prosperity is banned. New solo mode! PogChamp, new solo mode. Hooray! Guardian of the Mist Valley. The Mist Valley sprawls out as far as the eye can see, divided by the Great Land. It's impossible to see the whole breadth of it at once due to the ever-present mist. Dwelling within are winged beasts who travel freely along the valley's ridges, and a humanoid tribe who strongly resemble birds. The latter are impeccable warriors, yet do not seek to expand their influence or domain. Their way of life is a proud one. They are respectful of their old traditions and remain in the valley from birth until death. Mist Valley's environment is harsh, all the more so because of the lack of visibility. However, in the era in which various tribes were expanding militarily, it was not uncommon for rivals to make incursions. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. When their numbers were small, the valley's inhabitants did not lift a finger. Such is the depth of the valley and the thickness of its fog. Outsiders have no hope of ever reaching their settlements, or even finding their way out. And so, would-be invaders met with unfortunate ends, all while the valley folk went about their daily lives. Their everyday lives. The handful fortunate enough, or rather unfortunate enough, to stumble upon a settlement were dispatched by elite warrior units that were the pride of the valley. On a few occasions, the valley came under attack from a major alliance of barbarians. However, if the bird folk and winged beasts ever found themselves overwhelmed, they turned into a mistworm. These were colossal creatures that lived in... Sorry, did I fucking read that right? Wait, hold on. What? They turned to a mistworm. Not turned into, turned to. Okay. These were colossal creatures that had lived in the valley since before anyone could remember. Each had a lone creature that circled a fixed route. Each was a lone creature that circled a fixed route for dozens of years, if not hundreds. Even after all these years, no one had yet found a means of communicating with them, nor worked out how they managed to survive. They can, however, be interacted with. They respond to flutes, whistle-bearing arrows, and certain orbs that emit glaring light. The valley inhabitants take advantage of this to redirect them. Originally, this was only done to ensure that mistworms did not bulldoze through settlements as they proceed through their tunnels. But in the era of strife, the valley folk needed novel measures. But in the era of strife, the valley folk needed novel measures. They used the mistworms to thoroughly obliterate hapless invaders. Sure. And so for many years, Mist Valley remained peace-filled. That is until the extraterrestrial invaders arrived. The Worm Menace! Woo! Worms. Fuck yeah, dude. Worms. Me and my homies love worms. Worms, the ultimate enemy! Ooh. Hey, it's the bad Trishula. What do you mean? It's just the regular Trishula. Nothing compares to Trishula. Trishula, literally, Trishula has ended the world, I think, multiple times. Has just, like, been the end, like, the apocalypse that has come. You're just like, what if we release Trish? And it's like, stop doing that. I'm sorry. This lore... Anytime Trishula is mentioned, I'm just like, no! Stop! Ah! Normal Insectinite can beat worms? No! How do you beat Yagan Zex? You don't. Exactly. How do birds relate to reptiles? They don't. What do you mean? Wow, that's crazy. Put his ass back in hand. Let's go. I'm dying. I've never seen this guy in my life. Brother, what in the world are you... Yeah, that's cool and all. What in the world is this guy holding? What the fuck is this? What is this? What are you ripping to shreds? Is this like an ally of justice? The hell? Cadaster, no. I don't think that is Cadaster. I don't know what that is, but I don't think it's Cadaster. He's only got one leg. What the fuck is this? It's definitely an ally of justice, yeah. Big! Big! Is it a worm? No, it looks more like metallic. It is Cadaster? Why would it be... That's not Cadaster! Why is it Cadaster? I thought they were allies! I'm so confused. Does not... Isn't Mist Valley part of this, like, stupid-ass alliance that made Ally of Justice? I don't know. The lore is so stupid. It doesn't make sense. You can't make it make sense. I don't know. That guy decided to do... I don't know, whatever the fuck it was. Did we have a Mist Valley solo mode already in Dual Terminal, or am I crazy? You're crazy. We haven't had Mist Valley. In the lore, he hates Cadaster because Fable said so. Yeah, sure. I'm not even gonna question that. Just, that sounds right. You're not wrong. Yoink. Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! What are we special summoning? What about this guy? Yeah, yeah, yeah. This sounds crazy. For like Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh. Don't worry, chat. It's a quick effect. Big! Okay, I lied to you. He's not very big. He's kind of... This shit is ass even in 27... Even in Edison? What are you talking about? This... You're telling me this hand would not have gone crazy in Edison? You mean summoning a 2600 attack point monster with 0 follow-up isn't absolutely insane? Nah, you're lying. Why do I have a 3? How the fuck am I supposed to summon this? What? It's fine. It's fine. I'll just normal things. Combat. Hiya. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Activate Smashing Ground. Response. me when I open the worst 3-card combo you've ever seen in your entire life? It's crazy. Look, I gotta have hope in something. Surely it's not this bad. What if this is a 1-spur, right? Yeah. This returns a card you control. Alright, I guess we'll just summon this guy. Look at all that damage. Wait, could I have killed him? No. No, I don't think I could have. Son of a bitch. This isn't a Mist Valley. It's... Nah, this deck's crazy, dude. This deck's crazy. It's insane. So good, dude. Whee. This guy's a UR? Konami really hates people who play bad decks. They're like, you're not allowed to play bad decks. That's just Is a Mist missing the Valley? True. I guess let's do this, and then let's do this. We'll bounce this guy. Yoink. This is a mandatory effect? I didn't even think about that. Why is that a mandatory effect? Who said that that needed to be always activated? Bruh. Bruh. Bird up. Pop, pop, pop. Combat. Hiya. Hiya. 3 to 6 URs in an unplayable archetype. True! Imagine. Imagine having a playable archetype. Couldn't be me. What's going on with the whole Mist Valley structure that's better than Fighter Kings? How would you possibly save this deck? That's my question. To be fair, I don't think that the mechanic that Mist Valley has is bad. I'm just like, what would you do to make it playable? Like, Fire King had a basis that actually worked and made sense, and had been, like, relatively good for a while. Like, Arvada is good, right? You know, Fire King Island is decent. I guess like the Mist Valley field spell is not bad, and like Gen X Ally Birdman is not bad. Maybe you could do something. Maybe make it spirits. Make it spirits. There we go. They just like keep returning to the hand and then like normal summoning themselves. With the arrival of the worms from a distant star, Mist Valley's peace began to disintegrate. Countless numbers of them poured into the valley, and the bird folk and winged beasts fought them tooth and nail. Tooth and talon. Beak and talon? Talon and claw? Shut up. However, it was only enough to stay the storm, not to fully eradicate them. The valley remained worm-infested. Don't worry about it. Its labyrinthian terrain and persistent mist were supposed to act as defenses, but not with the worms. Unable to get out, they ended up gathering, and they created nests. The valley folk burnt them to a crisp whenever they found them. Yet these nests only seemed to increase in numbers, allowing the worms to launch raids that made it as far as the settlements. It was proving too difficult to pin them down and eliminate them. Despite every effort, the valley folk could not purge the invaders, even with the help of the mistworms. They had come to an impasse. The leader of the warriors, Mist Valley Thunderlord, realized the bird folk and winged beasts were outmatched. There were other tribes outside the valley with which they had relations, and he resolved to request their aid. This was how the Ally of Justice came into being. I'm sorry, seeing this picture is just like the most dog shit decks in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! All coming together and being like this superpower of a force, and it's so funny. Because it's just like, yeah, that's what we're looking out for. Those guys. My favorite archetype. Fucking Ice Barrier. Oh, it's so funny. It was a network of mutual aid, and it greatly bolstered Mist Valley's security. Finding nests became a rare occurrence, and the Mist Valley folk themselves with the upper hand on their home turf. However, just as plans were being made for an offensive to fully eliminate the worms, Mist Valley withdrew from the Ally of Justice. What could they have driven them to such a decision? One day, the warrior chief of Mist Valley Thunderlord found out about an experiment the Ally of Justice were performing, a weapon test involving the use of the Gen X, who were voiceless and could not object. Although he kept it secret, this sowed a seed of doubt in his heart about the Ally of Justice operations. He remained silent out of a desire to see the world rid of the worms and the valley peaceful again. Wait, wasn't it? They weren't peaceful previous. It's fine. Such doubts would not have prevented him from fighting on. The stakes were too great. However, there was a puppet master, Fabled Raven, who was drawn to feelings of ill will. He amplified Thunderlord's doubts and spread them among the valley folk, sowing distrust. What was Raven's aim? Did he want to give the worms victory by causing the Ally of Justice to disband? Or did he only seek to weaken threats before the Fabled launched their full-scale invasion? Most likely, it was neither. Raven took diabolical pleasure in fostering hostility and seeing what fruit could be born. This may have been all that motivated him. In any case, this wicked game dealt a severe blow to Mist Valley. Wait, I don't... What? Huh? Okay. Summon Trishula! You released that just cause. Yep, 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 for sure. Yeah, Why not? Man, I love Fabled. They're my favorite. Hey. Fabled Raven's just like, hey, do you know what would be really cool? If you left. Just said, fuck it. I don't like the allies. They're mean. And the bird was like, of course. I mean, bird brain, right? So, like, clearly they're gonna do the stupid thing. Alright, is this Dragoonity? Is Dragoonity in this? Don't drag a good archetype into this mess. They already did that. Shaddoll's in this. Isn't that... Okay, hold on. Chat. Somehow, some way, this whole storyline leads to somehow Shaddolls and like Cleaforts and shit like that. Could I explain to you how Ally of Justice and Mist Valley relate to Shaddoll? No. But they do. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Mist Valley has become isolated because of Raven. Without aid from the other Ally of Justice tribes, a hard fight lay ahead. Mist Valley is Dragon Ravine. True. The worm nests again began to spread until they occupied a fifth of the area. Not even the valley's largest and mightiest creatures, the Mist Worms, were a match for the worm forces. This is... I'm sorry, hold on. No. You can't just put a random-ass worm card onto Mist Worm and make it seem even remotely threatening. You can't just... Don't just put the fucking PNGs on there. No. Don't make it look like this. I'm sorry, this guy just standing there. It's a flipped image. I know, that's what makes it so much funnier. Bro, look at... He's just... Don't worry, guys, I got it. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Oh, not even the valley's largest and mightiest creatures of Mistworm were a match for the worm forces. After a Mistworm was defeated, its colossal corpse gave nutrition to the invaders, enabling them to grow and multiply. A second and a third fell, and the worms grew in strength. It seemed they would soon overrun everything. Would the valley folk fight until the bitter end in defense of their home? Or would they flee from the infestation and seek shelter elsewhere? Battered and exhausted, they faced a deep crisis. And just then, there arrived a group of soaring knights, a mighty gale following in their wake. They were the Dragoonides, spoke of in legends. Inhabitants of the Dragon Ravine in a distant past of the valley, they had become borderline mythical after years of obscurity. They had ascended to become Dragoonid knights through their secret knowledge of dragon mastery. Realizing the grave situation the valley faced, they had come to fight. They led the charge and drove back the worms. Dragons, woo! Bro literally just said, don't worry, dragons are just better. Dragons are just better! Let's go! Inspired by their bravery, the valley folk took up arms in renewed vigor. The valley was swiftly cleared of worms. And once victory was secured, the Dragoonid Knights departed in a flash. Bro, they showed up, killed everything, and then went, I'm out. They had saved the valley, but that was not all. Their overpowering draconic aura dispelled the fabled's curse on the valley folk. What? They just like... the Dragoonides showed up, kicked some ass, and we're just like, don't worry, we're so good at our job, you're now no longer brainwashed. It's Dual Terminal is by far the best. I will take no questions. It is the best storyline. Albaz, out of here. Diabellstar, gone. Vsauce, who? Dual Terminal is peak, baby! Oh. Having returned to their senses, they were welcomed back into the Ally of Justice, just as the final clash with the worms was looming. Yeah, baby! It's peak! When does Trishula get released? When do we get the ice barrier? When do we get the ice barrier solo mode? And it's literally just, hey, they released Trishula and the world went to shit. And then they sealed him again. And then they released Trishula and the world went to shit. It's just that like 4 times. Who's building with a war against the worms? They're not the most ass archetype of all time. Hey, they're not the most ass archetype. It's probably fucking Mist Valley. Let's be honest. It's either that or Ally of Justice. The same teller who had to seppuku to stop Sophia. True. To be fair, Sophia is canonically like double deity god. Worms badly need good support. No. We could just forget them. That's fine. They don't have to exist. We could just forget that they exist. That's also fine. Are these sleeves in... Oh my gosh, that is a terrible icon. I love it. What do we get for this? I don't actually hate that one. Alright, what's the deck that we're playing? That's the real question. What deck are we playing? I don't know what I expected. You know, I really just didn't know what I expected. I need them to somehow illustrate Shaddoll's come from this. Do you want me to go through the dual terminal? We've done that. Well, I literally took a stream and just like went through the dual terminal lore. It is so much more complex. Shaddolls are like way down the line. I think the world ends and gets reset before Shaddolls come into existence. That's how stupid it is. I could be wrong about that, because I have no idea what's going on. But I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Does Shaddolls just show up and corrupt everything? Yep, that is pretty much how it works. This is a when effect, so we'd miss timing if we did that. What do we add here? We add this guy, right? Do we get an extra normal? Does this give me an extra normal? No. It's this one, right? What does this one do? Maybe it's this one? Yeah. You want to know how they exist? Don't worry about it. Doesn't this guy reborn itself? Yep. There we go. We figured it out, chat. I got there. Onslaught! Get this fucker out of here. Add this guy, and I think it's this guy, right? Sure. This is like if Attack on Titan had 5 more seasons and was just about a bunch of nobodies fighting over nothing in the middle of nowhere. No. I hate to say it, but no. It's like it's like if Attack on Titan had season 1 that was pretty much the same, and then season 2 was about entirely different characters that ended the fucking world. And then we came back, and it was just season 2 of regular Attack on Titan, as if nothing fucking happened. And then we went back, and there was a new group of people who also ended the world. And then we went back to the original story. That's how it feels. It was like, wait, what? It's fine. Anyway, you can banish the dark and win monster from grave. Special summon this card. Well, okay, I don't want it. Let's normal this guy, and then effect, and then we Synkuro Shokan. Yeah, I think we do that. I think we Synkuro Shokan. They're fighting because the plot demands it. True. Is this a 1-spur? Yes, tragic. Okay. Oh, all of these do stuff. Okay. So here's what we do. We special summon this guy. And then we special summon this guy. And then we tribute summon this guy. Which then gives me this guy. And then we pass. And my opponent has nothing. And I have nothing. And we summon the big boy. And now my opponent doesn't get to play the fucking game. Oh no, wait! That does stuff! Wait, no! You're not supposed to be able to do that! Yeah, I think we negate this. And we tribute self. Yeah. No. What if I didn't allow that to happen? Smile. No! No! Tragic. Anyway. It's peak! It's peak, it's peak, it's peak. Wait, that's crazy. Ready? And then we normal. And then we activate. And we add this guy. And then we go like this. And we do this. And we tribute this guy. With this guy. And then we trigger this guy. And this guy. I'm popping off! I mean, if I could do this every turn, it'd be great. It'd be crazy. Do this. We send this guy. And we add this guy. And then we just go Snake Eye Who, true. 3 world-ending threats happen every century, and a bunch of loser archetypes fight it out. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is. Let's go. What is this deck? Okay, this deck's actually pretty good because what if we just played Adventure? What if we just played the Adventure engine? That was it. We just played the Adventure. Difficulty 5. Perfection is the best card in the archetype because it doesn't miss timing. True. 2 Omnis. Whoa. I'm sorry. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. 3 of those world destructions were by Trish. Ain't that true? It's peak. It's peak. Yoink. The solo modes are just, at this point, they're more just to tell stories. Like, what if we told you a story? It's like, alright, sure. Yeah, tell me a story. It'd be fun. Bird up. Bop, bop, bop. This Gold Servant lore was fire? Yep. It's pretty good. It was pretty good. Well, that's it. That's all I can do. It's incredible! It's big! You did a thing! Oh, I have to equip it. Wait. Yeet. No! Why the fuck do you have a Ryo? The hell is this? Wait, why is there a Ryo on your field? That's illegal. Oh, shit. Put that shit back in hand. Put it back in hand. Yeet. What does this guy do? You can reveal a card in your hand that mentions Adventure Token. Add a spell that mentions Adventure Token. Redeck your hand except a normal spell. This card is ass. What the fuck? Why would I ever play that? That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Konami gave the bot a stun deck. Trip. True. Let's go! Alright. Let's play this one, because it's funny. We'll just kick the teeth in of our opponent. Treasure in the pockets of Arabreed so bad that that Dragoonity brought out their patron dragon god Ascalon to actually tire him out and get Trish to stop freezing the world. I'm sorry, the story is so fucking funny. It's so stupid. Just like the whole way through, it's just so dumb. You're like, yep, that is how that works. Oh, it's peak. It's peak. Grab Chandra, pay Raigeki, I guess? Sure. Motherfucker, you have what? What? Bruh. No way! It's peak! It's peak! It's peak! Oh, I can't even do anything. No, I can't. Hold on. Hold on. I could do stuff here. What if I think... Okay, I think I don't activate there. We go combat. And then we go snagging. And we add this guy. And we special this guy. And we Fodra this guy. And we Fodra again. For this guy. And then out comes this guy. And then we attack. And then we attack. And we go bite in. And we go out of here, you fucking dork. And then we go Chundra. Yeah! Yeah, baby! I'm too powerful. I'm too good. Yeah. Fun was had. True. Okay, hold on. This is a problem. We've been talking about the dual terminal lore, and we gotta continue talking about it. Okay. So, let me pull up the little guide, because it gets so much worse than you could ever think. So, first and foremost, it starts with the worm invasion and the revival of Trishula. That is the first age, by the way. I believe there's 4. More or less. Like 4 big arcs. Oh yeah, for some reason, where was it? For some reason, Gem Knights are in here. Could I tell you why? No. Because it doesn't make sense, but they're here. What does this show the next stage? Oh yeah. Sophia, goddess of rebirth. It ends with Sophia. I could be wrong. I don't remember how many ages there are. I'm pretty sure there's 4. Anyway, there's a lot. So it, again, starts with worms. It goes through the whole Ally of Justice arc. We've basically seen pretty much all of this, right? Up until, what, like, the Fabled appear? Have we seen the Fabled? Oh, yeah, and Jorak are in here. Fucking, I don't know. So it starts with worms. Worms. The first Ice Dragon seal is broken. That's mistake number 1. We haven't even talked about this. This right here. This stupid fucker. The goddamn ice barriers. Or the ice dragons. Actually, it's the ice barriers. The ice barriers are always the problem. When in doubt, blame the ice barriers. I promise. Naturia is also here. Yes. Yeah. But then we have Mist Valley. Right? Fighting the worms. Right? The Ally of Justices are formed. Right? Consisting of the powerhouses. Flamvel. Ice Barrier, X-Saber, and of course, Mist Valley. It's all science fiction, like World War, yes. And then we have the Alliance of Justice, which, you know, we get like Catastor, which is, you know, a god here. And then we have the Worms and the Gen X come into contact, and we have, you know, stuff there. And then the XX Sabers fuck around and find out, right? And this is where we get Gothams. And then, just randomly, this is the most filler arc of filler arcs that I've ever seen. Randomly, the Worms just say, like, bro, fuck you to Naturia. And Naturia is like, piss off. And that's exactly what happens. That is the entirety of what happens. Worms show up, Naturia is like, shoo. And that is that's the end of that story. Ally of Justice then create this guy. Out comes and then the Mist Valley withdraws due to a guy, just random lad, was like, yeah. But then also, because of that, the fabled tribe revives, which is perhaps they were awakened by the mayhem of the surface, or perhaps the allies, perhaps by the allies' dimensional interference experience. Either way, the fabled, who have been sleeping since time immemorial, awoke and led their minions to the surface world. Konami said, they just did. There's no reason given that these guys were just here the whole time, and they just like showed up. Awesome. Great. Cool. More baddies. And then the Fableds descend upon the Jurak. Where were the Jurak mentioned? They weren't. Another new set of guys. The new enemies just randomly go, what if we fucked over those guys over there? And it's like, we've never met those guys. Who are they? The Fabled are dark gods. These fuckers are deity on par with Tellers and Infernoids. Yes. The Fableds literally are gods that have yet to, up until this point, be mentioned, and also just randomly show up and are like, hey, yo, what if we fucked shit up? It's like, why? Why are you here? And then they're like, what if we specifically pissed off some dinos? Okay. And then we have the whole Gen X shenanigan. This is just going on in the background. Whatever's going on with the Jurak stuff, it's just happening in the background. Because what the real story is the Gen X. Anyway. And then, of course, the Ice Barriers fuck up again and release the second Ice Dragon, Gungnir. Remember that. The second one is out. First it was Brionac, now it's Gungnir. Who do you think's third? And then Dragoonities just randomly show up and kick ass. Great. And then here they're like, we're going to kick the teeth in of these stupid worms. And so that's what happens here. And we get some really cool artworks. And this guy. And then the Fableds finally appear. For a brief moment, the tribes cheered excitedly as the world was finally rid of the worms. They did it! They beat the worms! Hooray! But then the Fables showed up and said, nah. It's now our turn. That's it. And then they're like, son of a bitch! Okay, well, with the Fabled as their enemies, the Ally of Justice Work series, or Weapon series is no longer good enough. So their engineers began to make Gen X a new version. And then we get the allies of Gen X. And we get all of this. Like, you know, ally fucking remote. Dragoonity won't appear again. They are basically a glorified panic button. Yep. Each tribe's Gen X ally exist here. Here you go. We have Gen X Ally Birdman, Gen X Ally Reliever, which is the XX Saber model. We have Bellflame, which is the Flamvel. And we have the Ally Solid, which is the Ice Barrier model. Great. And then, of course, we have Triarm. You know. That guy. Is that an Xbox? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. And then of course Triforce. You know. And then the Fabled said, "Hey, what if we fucking threw a dino at the planet?" The Fabled assault against the Dirac reached its peak. With each passing day, the Dirac lost more and more energy, and the number of flames was reduced to half of what it was before the Fabled made their surprise attack. If this kept going, that way they would have been destroyed. So the Dirac made one final counterattack. The remaining Dirac clustered and transformed their bodies into a giant blazing meteor that fell on their own nest. The fire and impact turned the entire area, as far as the eye could see, into seas of flame. The Fabled were reduced to ashes along with the nest, and from the fire-scorched remains, the Neo Flamvel were born. Literally, Fabled pissed off the dinos so much they said, "Fuck it," and threw a meteor at their own house. If this is not peak storytelling, I don't know what is. It's perfect. I have no notes. It's just, yes. Dirac Meteor is literally just Nibiru. That's it. And then, the best part, Trishula is released the first time! This happens multiple times. Anyway, the Seal of Trishula is undone. Many of the Fabled were wiped out, but the remaining groups only intensified their attacks across the world. The seemingly endless conflict laid waste to the surface world and pushed its people into impoverishment and exhaustion. Having been driven to such a point, one faction among the Ice Barrier proposed releasing the third Ice Dragon. Now, mind you, the first two that they released, they do not have control over. They just hoped that it would work. It didn't do shit. It did not help at all. But they're like, surely this one will be fine. The Ice Barrier tribe was internally divided over the matter, but they ultimately unleashed the dragon. Powerful individuals among the Ice Barrier gathered and carefully shattered the seal one piece at a time. The rituals and procedures continued day and night over a month. Mind you, this guy has been sealed for a fucking long time, and it took them a month to break the seal, to beat the Fabled. You would think maybe they shouldn't do this, and you'd immediately be correct. The power of Trishula was terrifying and dreadful, and it destroyed all the Fabled on the planet. However, the Ice Barrier lost control of the beast and it went on a furious rampage, and the other dragons, as if in response, rampaged with it. Genius! It killed the Fabled, but it also fucked everyone else up. They took every possible measure to reseal the dragons, and in the unlikely event that the Ice Dragons went on a rampage, Doloran was to serve as a safety device. The Tiger King's power didn't match that of the three rampaging dragons, and it couldn't stop the madness and frenzy. The guy who was a panic button didn't even fucking work. So guess what happened? A whole another spiel of just, all right, how do we stop this guy now? Cool. This bad guy. Literally, what has happened is Worms were defeated by the good guys. Awesome. Fableds then said, "Hey, our turn," and showed up and started kicking ass. Then not immediately, but almost immediately, the Diracs said, "Nuke it," and nuked themselves into oblivion. However, the Fables weren't defeated, so they released Trishula, who killed all of the Fableds, and then said, "You know what? Fuck you too," and started attacking the Ice Barrier, and immediately became an issue. So they went from having the Worms as the enemies, to the Fableds as the enemies, to just fucking Trishula. And now it's just him. It's just this guy. The other two, like, kind of matter, but it's just Trishula. Anyway. During the Ice Barrier tribe's dispute over whether or not to release the Ice Dragons, two mages and childhood friends considered alternative options. These two, whose family sided with releasing the dragons, and the other guy who opposed them, both of them sought to find something else to use in place of Trishula. The two had their eyes on demons called Steel Swarm. Now keep this in mind, because what always happens in Dual Terminal is they use one enemy to kill the previous enemy, and then that enemy just takes over. So now the Steel Swarm could potentially be an issue, right? And then they seal. They attempted the demon summoning technique derived by the mystical arts handed down by the members of the Ice Barrier through generations. Their plan was to summon the demons and to enslave them. However, Natalia fucking dies, and Noelia is corrupted. Genius! So their idea was, hey, let's summon some demons, and maybe that will help defeat this stupid-ass dragon. And then immediately, it fucking fails. Horribly. It fails so horrendously. The summoning ritual failed, as the two were unable to control the unexpected might of the Steel Swarm, and Natalia lost her life. Don't worry, she'll be fine. The Sacred Spirit of the Ice Barrier simultaneously seal all three of the dragons. Cool! They didn't even need the help! The Ice Barriers just fucking did it on their own. They're like, don't worry, we got it. As the three dragons began to rampage out of control, the spectral entity Sacred Spirit, which had been watching over the Ice Barrier for generations, used a sealing technique at the cost of his being and successfully sealed all three dragons at the same time. Bro, fucking Gandalf showed up and went, I got this, killed himself, and sealed the dragons. And was like, maybe don't do that again. Trust, they won't do it again. I promise. They're gonna do it again. And then the founding of the Ice Barrier and the past of the Prior, who sealed the three dragons. Long ago, the three dragons who ran rampant among the snowy mountains were sealed with a special method involving the mirror of the Ice Barrier. The Prior founded the Ice Barrier then, and his soul transcended to become the Sacred Spirit. So, remember, long ago, these three dragons just were kicking people's teeth in, and this guy comes along and goes, don't worry, I got you, seals them, and then says, don't unseal them. And then for some reason they unsealed them. Sacred said, you dumbass kids, we locked Trish up for a good reason. Dies. True. After the war, Noelia adopts several orphans. That just happens. Now, these may look familiar because they're very familiar, and they will come to haunt us later on, specifically this one. Anyway, now we have some Gishkis, which Noelia founds the Society of Forbidden Arts, which is, after being slowly corrupted by the thoughts and feelings of the Steel Swarm, changed into a completely different person and began researching the forbidden rituals. Once she completed her research to educate the children she adopted as practitioners of the method, she broke off from the Ice Barrier, taking with her their sacred artifact, the Mirror of the Ice Barrier. Thus began the Society of the Forbidden Arts, Gishki! And then we have Dual Terminal World History Age 2. Now remember all of this happening, right? This is Age 1 and 1.5, okay? We're in Age 2, which we're gonna kind of take a step away from what just happened, and we're gonna talk about Gemnites and Lavels, who just hate each other. That's it. These two they don't like each other. And then also Vylons are here. I don't know. Anyway, as the Lavels and Gemnites battled, the mechanical angels Vylons descended from the heavens to intervene and force an armistice. How many gods is that, chat? How many gods have we seen thus far? If you count this guy, who's kind of a god, and you count these guys, who are definitely gods, that's like 5. I think it's 4. It's 4. 4 different sets of gods. More than humans. Yeah, pretty much. As the Lavels and they began to intervene aggressively in other battles all across the planet's surface. In response to the attacks of the Vylons, the Lavels and Gemnites agreed to a temporary truce. So now, the Vylons show up and are also kind of bad guys. Vylons are the galactic custodians. Levels and Gemnites were beefing so bad, god machines came down and said, stop. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's wild. Mechanical angels that serve as arbiters who observe the surface from the sky above. Just randomly, these guys were just here. Take a sip for every god that appears. Don't do that. You will die of alcohol poisoning. Just don't drink water. Drink water when a new god shows up. Because you might actually maybe remain hydrated. You might actually die of water poisoning. Of like overhydration. Mechanical angels in ancient times, the fiends called Steel Swarm had pushed the surface to the brink of extinction, so the Vylons sealed them deep within the earth. I'm sorry, Steel Swarms and Vylons beefing is hilarious to me. In the ancient past, the mobile weapon system Vylon was mass-produced to oppose the Steel Swarm during the battle against the Steel Swarm, the Constellars, which, by the way, new fucking gods. There you go, take another sip. Let's all drink together. Developed entities known as Vylons, whose bodies were meant to be impervious to corruption by the thoughts and feelings of the Steel Swarm. After they were sealed, the Vylons continued to observe the planet's surface, and they sensed traces of Steel Swarm activity within Noelia. In order to search for the source, they descended from on high. And then we have the Steel Swarm here. The anti-Steel Swarm weapon known as the Vylon has the ability to sense traces of evil in others, in order to discover those corrupted by the thoughts of the Steel Swarm deep inside in them. They intervened on the battlefields of many wars and conflicts, where many were generating negative emotions. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Then they analyzed the data they gathered. The Gishki invaded the Great Mist Valley marshlands, where the Gusto lived. Gusto are new. Yeah. 3 new god races in the past 2 minutes. Yep. Can I hit my bong for every god that shows up? You may genuinely, like, ascend to a different plane if you do that. I would not suggest it. Anyway, yeah. Gishkis attack the Mist Valley, who happen to be the Gusto. That's it. And then the true purpose of the invasion, they wanted to... however, the real goal from the beginning of the attack was to obtain the power of God. Which God? You'll find out. Maybe. Moreover, the Steel Swarm thoughts infecting her mind guided her subconscious to begin the invasion. Right. She finishes breaking the Steel Swarm seal. There was another reason behind the invasion, a hidden side. Noelia was secretly searching for the Steel Swarm, who she considered her comrades. Knowing they were sealed near the Great Marshland, she planned to use her allies to break the seal. The absolute predators swarm out onto the planet's surface. So the Steel Swarm are then released and freed from the Vylon seal, and just absolutely kill everything. That's pretty much what happened. So there you go. Which god? Don't worry, there is but one god. Trust. You'll see it at the end. Trust. Amelia just fucking dies. Just random Gishki just dies in an experiment. Moving on. The Steel Swarm war begins, and the Vylons have to, come down and be like, knock that out. Knock that off. Stupid. However, it doesn't quite work that way. So the main forces of each tribe work with the Vylons. So we have the Gustos, the Gemnites, the Gishkis, and the Lovels all working together with Vylons to create these guys, I guess. So there you go. And then during the battle against the Steel Swarm, Noelia suffered serious wounds and nearly died. She retreated from the front lines. However, Omega, gathering enough energy, and was able to cut down the vast hordes of Steel Swarm, covering the planet's surface in a single decisive strike of divine judgment. The Steel Swarm were utterly defeated. No such thing as fun in this trash game. Yeah. The thoughts of the Steel Swarm corrupt the Vylon. So, not only can the Steel Swarm corrupt humans, they can also corrupt the thing that was specifically created to destroy the Steel Swarm and prevent them from being corrupted. The Vylons were made by the Constellars, who are basically gods, and yet still are unable to remain uncorruptible. So, Noelia was the one, was on the side of the Steel Swarm, had feigned her true motives by siding with the Vylon camp. But she'd also desired to corrupt the Vylon by assimilating with their hive mind. Her scheme succeeded, and she ends up creating her own Vylon corrupted things. So the Vylon go on a rampage in the anti-Vylon alliance forces. After all of the Vylons were corrupted, they went on a rampage. Again, how many times has that happened? Guided by the machine-like purpose of making the entire surface world equal and uniform, they attacked every tribe. In response, 4 tribes of the surface rallied together and formed an alliance, and a new fight began to repel the Vylons. Now remember, this has happened. Like, this exact storyline has happened. Pretty much. Not quite exactly, but like, hey, remember these 4 tribes? Yeah. Hold on. Where are they? This was them. These 4. These 4. Ice Barrier, X-Saber, Mist Valley, and Flamvel. Crazy. It's like we've been here before. It's like we've done this before. Very fun. Steel Swarm Roach is born from the power of a piece of a corrupted Vylon. A piece of the Vylon that was destroyed during the fight with the Anti-Vylon Alliance had secretly revived. The 2 powers of light and darkness dwelling inside the fragment brought about a sudden evolution in the creature that touched it, giving rise to a new entity, Steel Swarm Roach. So this guy just shows up and is like, I got you, fam. I'll kill some things. Trust. However, without the leader, the Gishki halt their activities. So, yeah, that happens. The 4 tribe oppose Desigma with new powers. So they just like pair up and are like, hey yo, time to die. Also, their new power is called Xi. That's all. Just thought I'd bring that up. It's very funny. Dual Terminal is a universe so awful it could find a way to kill Saitama. Brother, Dual Terminal makes Warhammer 40k look tame. It's like, you have an apocalypse every Tuesday. We have an apocalypse every other day. It's great. 6 warriors were absorbed by Desigma. Meowgeist was an Xi of the soul of Gishki, Amelia, and Musto. Ghostkraken was the flesh and body of Amelia, sacrificed for the ritual art that created a monster of Falcos, who was handled by Kamui, let himself be absorbed in order to save Kamui. So, yeah, you know how they were like, we'll fight them with these new powers. Yeah, they just got owned. They just got fucking owned. However, Gem Knight Pearl shows up and says, nah, I got this. And just kicks Desigma in the teeth. Yep. But don't worry, Noelia returns! The thoughts of the Steel Swarm had spread from Noelia, and causes Desigma to run out of control. But after its defeat, and with Noelia on the verge of death, they returned to her. As a result, the Steel Swarm inside of her awakened, causing her body to rapidly recover. Hooray! Not dead! We're teaching insects to Xi summon, let's go. This is not the first or last time Gem Knights make things worse before fixing them. True. Sigma age so bad. True. Anyway, the Gishki use forbidden magic to absorb the Laval. So remember, the Laval are living creatures, and the Gishki just go yoink, mine. Pig. The Gishki restart their invasion on the lands of Gusto. They didn't finish it previously, and then they created one of the worst floodgates I've ever seen. Hooray! The Geminites rush to the aid and rescue the Gusto, so they show up, and then you get these fusions like Emerald and Dagusto Emerald and all of that jazz, and yada yada. And then Zirconia is born. This guy, by the way, this guy just doesn't do anything. He has no effect. He's just large. Anyway, in the face of the barbarity of the Gishki, the mild Geminites finally felt fury. The veteran warrior Crystal tried to optimize his fusion ability, ascending to the form Zirconia, which represented his power's limits. And here we have this guy. Just okay, yep, there you go. And then the evil swarm awaken, as even the gentle Geminites. Reminder: previously, it was the Steel Swarm, and now it's the evil swarm. Totally different. Okay, as even the gentle Geminites became controlled by hate, the surface world was filled with toxic emotions. As a result, the entity known as Evil Swarm, the embodiment of wicked thoughts, awakened. There's another thing! The Steel Swarm are dead. They're gone. They do not exist. They were absolutely mollywopped by Vylons. But don't worry, there's another sleeping entity. How many sleeping entities is that, chat? How many is that? Is that 1? No. That's 2. No. It's 3! Hooray! A third one! The wicked mental entity Evil Swarm awoke from the corpse of the Steel Swarm. It possessed the bodies of those who had died in the Great Marshlands during the last Great War, and began to use them to attack the living. The Evil Swarm even began to infect the 3 ice dragons. Remember that were sealed by the Sacred Spirit in the past. It wouldn't be long until the day that they were corrupted enough to start to move. Anyway, they expand its corruption, and they corrupt a whole bunch of things, like, Thunderbird and, Train. How the fuck did they get past the seals? Look, the seals are to keep them tame, not to keep them, uncorrupted. It's also a mental energy, and I think the seals are more physical, so there's that, they thought. Not yet. They're not thawed yet. They're still sealed. So the Evil Swarm phenomena expanded to infecting the living as well. And the 3 dragons of the Ice Barrier became completely infected by the Evil Swarm plague. The Steel Swarm were hosts to the psychic organism Steel Swarm. Evil Swarm. The Steel Swarm were creatures that were compatible with Evil Swarm. Evil Swarmization? Evil Swarmization. This is an actual word that they have presented me, and I don't know how I feel about it. And hosting the Evil Swarm inside their bodies. But did the creatures that became the hosts come from another world, or did they originate on the surface? The truth is unknown. Great. Why did we bring up that question? Awesome. Anyway, they, got corrupted. Here to the Steel Swarm. However, the Constellar finally get off their asses and go, hey, we should probably do something about that. The Vylons fucked up so bad that they were like, yeah, we should probably do something about that, right? Like, yeah. Anyway, the rapid spread of the corruption causes the Constellars to show up. They launch an all-out assault against the Evil Swarm in order to shatter the continually growing chain of evil thoughts. However, they had received reports of the Vylon on the revival of the Evil Swarm, and the Vylon had been developed to oppose the Evil Swarm and observe the surface. The Constellars had received their notice that the Steel Swarm had revived, so they sailed forth to exterminate the Steel Swarm. However, Noelia, who is still not dead somehow, breaks the seal of the 3 dragons of the Ice Barrier. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! They're back! That's right, baby! That's twice! That's 2 times the Ice Barriers have been released. And of course, what does this lead to? Faced with the deadlock of the wildly rampaging Evil Swarm and the advent of the Constellar, Noelia attempts to break the seal of the 3 dragons. However, as the dragons have already been corrupted by the Evil Swarm, they revived as the most sinister and evil beings. However, Noelia performs magic using Steel Swarm corpses. Once again attempted to use the spell that taken her best friend's life, and succeeding and succeeded in performing a ritual using the corpses of the Steel Swarm, but her body and mind were corrupted into rampaging alongside the Steel Swarm. So she did the same thing she tried to do previously, and fucked it up again. Fifth God Rays? Yeah, pretty much. However, don't worry, because the Gishki come along and go, we got this, and revive another dead entity to just help them out. So we got Zeal Gigas. Yep. Awesome. And then Avance, gosh, fails his attempted resurrection ritual. So Avance desires above all to revive Amelia, who had been completely erased when her body and soul were absorbed by the Sigma. Using a photo mirror ritual art that he's discovered in an ancient document, he attempts to resurrect the soul of Amelia, but his intense feelings of her cause the ritual to backfire and fail. Could I tell you who any of these fucking characters are? No. I don't remember any of these people. But there they are. That's an important note. Because guess what? Avance transforms into a different guy. Because of course he does. Anyway. He loses his senses and self. And again, began rampaging. Crazy. Older brother of Pollux, Castor, kamikaze attacks that thing and dies. I didn't know that this was a problem. Were we made... Who? Oh, okay. That's the Gishki lady that's Noelia that got absolutely destroyed. So yeah, this random Constellar is like, don't worry, I got you. Constellar Castor attacks Cyclone. Yeah, we'll go with that. Who is indiscriminately attacking everyone in a blind rampage. While he managed to free Noelia from the will of the Steel Swarm, Castor lost his life in the process. So there you go. Just a random Constellar dies. Castor the Goat, true. However, the Evil Swarm didn't fail to notice that the fact that Castor had lost his life in a suicide attack, they began to immediately corrupt his corpse! And bada bing bada boom, we now have an evil Constellar. Yay! However, now Noelia is able to complete the photo mirror ritual using the art of the cycle. Noelia, who had recovered her senses, regretted the crimes that she had committed, and released the rampaging Avance from his spell. Then, she decides to revive Amelia, using her own soul as a sacrifice for the Aqua Mirror cycle. So, this chick just comes back, I guess. The end of Zeal Gigas and the inherited Aqua Mirror. In front of Noelia, who had sacrificed nearly all of her life force, appeared Zeal Gigas. He had been drawn by the power of the ritual. She defeated him using her remaining life force, life energy, and entrusted her 2 children from birth and adoption with the Aqua Mirror before drawing her last breath. So, yeah. Reminder that this started... Who the heck is Amelia? I don't know. A person who died. Reminder, this started with worms. Just randomly attacking a forest. And it also, actually, all of this arc started with the Gemnites and the Flamvel just being angry. Not Flamvel, sorry. The Laval. Same thing. The Laval and the Gemnites just being angry at each other and not liking each other. So, literally, God had to step in and be like, stop. Brother, what are you... Stop that. That is what happened. Anyway, the Geminites rush to the sides of the outnumbered Constellar. And then they fuse, and we get Seraphonite. And then Constellar Pollux strikes down Evil Swarm Castor, who slays Pollux in turn. So, brother kills brother. Oh, no. And then Seraphonite and this guy successfully revive Pollux and Castor. And then we get him again. And then we get the Constellar Ptolemy M7. Whoa. The Constellar, witnessing the power of fusion of the Geminites, become aware of the power hidden deep within themselves to unite their stars and unleash it. 7 chosen Constellars become the Divine Dragon of Legend. That's another Divine Dragon. And face off against the Evil Swarm in a final decisive battle. And the Divine Dragon, who was a fusion of 7 beings, whose names I do not give a shit about. With its support and its incredible power, the Constellar returned to the front lines and began to turn the tide of the battle they'd been losing. Hooray! Ptolemy M7 could split into 2 dragons, creating a belt of light that granted power only to the living, and not to, I don't know, turn skip god Troy. No, that's not Ptolemy. That's a different dragon. Final decisive battle. Yes. Gemknight Master Diamond is born before the ultimate decisive final battle with the Evil Swarm, and the power of the 7 Constellar, who become Ptolemy, resonated with the power of the 7 cores that had been gathered at the cores as the cores of Zirconia. Thus, the strongest warrior, Gemknight Master Diamond, was born. And we can see all 7 of the diamonds here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Bada bing, bada boom. Zirconia concentrated the power of the higher light Gemknights into Master Diamond, the strongest warrior. He carried a great sword containing the powers of the 7 cores, which housed the crystallized power and repeated the optimized fusions. The ultimate, decisive, the final epic battle between Constellar Ptolemy M7 and Ouroboros, which, reminder, Ouroboros is just Trishula. It's just Trishula. He did it again. He's back. He fucked it up again! In the skies above the Mist Valley marshland, the strongest trump card of the Constellar and the most diabolical dragon of the Evil Swarm began their battle with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. Many neighboring areas were decimated by the impacts of the fierce battle, and all the while, the divine wind of Mist Valley, which had been witnessed many times in the past, began to form around the 2 dragons. During the battle, Gemknight Pearl gave up his life protecting Ptolemy M7. So Gemknight Pearl was, here. He helped. As M7 fought the Dark Dragon, the Gemknights swept away the vast majority of the low-level Evil Swarm. The overflowing divine wind flowed out from the Mist Valley marshlands and filled the surrounding regions that became the battleground. It breezed gently over the marshlands and seemed to be attracted to the Shrine of the Mist Valley, an unidentified phenomenon witnessed all across the planet. It always seemed to occur in places that were devastated by war and was thus said to be the sign of the divine. The sigh of the divine, grieving over those conflicts. The divine wind gathers at the shrine. Remember this shrine? Well, now you do. The divine wind began to swirl at the center of the shrine of the Mist Valley, drawn to the center of its altar, where a deity was enshrined in a great stone. Take a sip. The god there, disappointed by this world that was drowning in war, decided to purify the surface world. Sophia, goddess of rebirth, revives. So God shows up and says, fuck this, and pretty much hits a reset button here. The altar was destroyed, and from it appears the goddess of rebirth, unwilling to let the desolation of the surface world continue. She decides to annihilate every living thing on the planet in order to purify it. The world is pushed to the edge of extinction by Sophia, goddess of rebirth. So the power of creation and the power of destruction. In her hand, she held 2 crystallized embodiments of power that could destroy every living thing in the world and create a new one. The tribe members who stood before her on the front lines were obliterated by her overwhelming power, and it seemed like it was only a matter of time before the entire world was annihilated. Lazuli and Virgo inherit the fusion power of Gemknight Master Diamond. The damage to the core of the diamond began to exceed sustainable limits, and it became impossible for him to continue fighting. Knowing this, he entrusted his power of fusion to Lazuli and Virgo. The 2 of them attempted to use their power to fuse with all of the Constellar. Lazuli and the 12 Constellar fuse with Lazuli fused with the 12 Constellar and of the Zodiac. This guy, the warrior of, anyway, had other intentions, so he exempted himself from the fusion. So one guy was just like, nah, you got it, bet. You got it, fam. The power of creation is drawn in by the power of fusion. Unable to resist the incredible fusion energy that came from fusing 13 things, the crystal that contained the power of creation of Sophia was dragged and incorporated into the fusion, creating the ultimate warrior. We've already created like 17 ultimate warriors, but again, the ultimate warrior, who not only had the power of the stars, but the power of a god. Hooray! So that is a new god created. Sombre, which is not a very godlike name, but it's fine. Neither is fucking Sophia, so it's fine. The Warrior of Hope, Constellar Sombre, wielding power equal to that of a god in order to save the surface world from doomsday, faced Sophia in the ultimate decisive battle. She possesses the weapon of all the Constellar, and in her right hand she held a longsword, who she got from Diamond. It was a symbol of the power of fusion, but it was it was charged into a single-handed sword. The crystal of creation she absorbed emitted a holy light from her chest. The Constellar attempts to fusion with the 3 Evil Swarm dragons. Let's see how this goes. And this guy intentionally kept himself out of the fusion, aiming instead to fuse with only that guy could perform, because they were corrupted in state they couldn't resist due to their seal. Unlike the other Evil Swarm, this guy speculated that they still had life energy left. They had been sealed, and thus in a state they could not resist corruption. The 3 dragons, which had been assimilated into the undead army, had their corruption converted into life energy by this guy. Using his power of revival, he intended it to use their power, to oppose Sophia. Now, granted, every time that these guys have shown up, it has been horrible, awful. The Constellar seppuku'd to contain half of Sophia's power. Yeah, pretty much. I'm sick of these people killing each other. Sophia before she tried to kill all. True. Oh. Anyway, thanks to the power of the Aqua Mirror, Rossel successfully fused with the 3 dragons. He did it! Hooray! Surely this goes well, because guess what? The power of the fusion absorbs the power of destruction. Hooray! As Rossel absorbed the power of the Aqua Mirror along with the 3 powerful dragons, the entity he was becoming also ended up absorbing the crystal of power of destruction that lay on the right hand of Sophia. A soldier of Twilight was born who possessed 4 forces of destruction, 3 from the dragon and 1 from the god herself, as well as the healing power of the Constellar, and that is another god. Drink. The powers of light and darkness collided within his body, and the power of God herself was superimposed onto them, giving rise to the ultimate warrior of darkness, Evil Swarm Kirkion. He joined the final and decisive battle this time. It's not the ultimate, but the final decisive battle, to support the light of hope known as Sombre in order to defeat the planet. With both the staff of Rossel and the Aqua Mirror staff in hand, he was able to completely unleash the power of 3 dragon cores floating around him. In his chest, the crystal of power of destruction shining red-black. With help from Kirkion, Sombre manages to defeat Sophia. In order to defeat Sophia, who was temporarily weakened by her 2 powers being stolen, Sombre and Kirkion faced her in final battle. Now this is the final battle. Remember, all of this other stuff, this was the final decisive battle. This is the final battle. Okay? Remember, the other one was the ultimate epic final battle. Then it was the final battle, the final decisive battle, and now it's the final battle. We've finally gotten to just the final battle. Okay? Got it. After several days of non-stop combat, just throwing that out there, just fought for days, they pierced and broke the orb on her head that served as the source of the power of God, finally banishing her from the surface world. Now, remember where we started. We started with fucking worms just, like, pissing off some plants. And now, another reminder, this ends with Shadal. Shadal, like, show up at some point. So there you go. Anyway, Sombre and Kirkion vanish from the planet. They just piss off. The survivors of the planet start rebuilding, because after they leave, those who survived just were like, okay, cool. And with God no longer able to help or harm them, what kind of world awaits those willing to forge a future from their own strength? And also the children of Noelia and the survivors of Augusto play a vital role in repairing the surface world. Awesome. Cool. Remember these fuckers. Remember them. They'll be important. Okay? So, that is part of it, if I'm not mistaken. Because then they do like these weird series introductions. This is not all of the dual terminal lore, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there's more. Am I wrong? Dual terminal story. No, is that it? What do we get? Is it this one? No. No, yeah, these are just like the different archetypes that are in this. I know there's another one. Dual terminal. Mastercard storylines, dual terminal 7. Singular Awakening. I know for a fact it ends with Shadal. This is the one I just saw. Because reminder, the Gusto go into the Ritual Beast, and Ritual Beast is connected to Shadal and Cleafort and all of that jazz. I just don't remember. Yeah, the Beast Tamers and the Necros. Yeah. Which is now, for some reason, I don't know why this isn't all. It's fine. No, this is something else entirely. This is the Zephyra. Is this the right one? Maybe. Oh, yeah, it is. Wait, hold on. Hold on. This is the problem with the dual terminal, is that there's like 9 other things that you have to go into. Like, how am I supposed to figure this out? Because yeah, here are the Yangzing, here are the Shadal. Like, we can see there's Sophia and there's Tierra, and there are those guys. I don't know why Leo Drake's here. He's just chilling. And then we have the Yangzing. No, where the fuck is the rest of the story? It's fine. And ultimately, it ends in Shadal. Let's play Yu-Gi-Oh. Maybe we shouldn't play Yu-Gi-Oh. That was more fun. We jump to the actual finale. Yeah, the actual finale, quote unquote. Cormorant Elder is like the only decent character in the series. His story with Gusto is actually good. Yeah. Who are the Necros? That just makes me sad. Oh yeah, Naturia just randomly continued to exist. I'm gonna watch a lore video on this. I should just do a lore video on this at this point. Because it's actually comedic how bad it is. But also how great it is. It's also incredible. Because it's just so stupid. You're like, hold on, what? Another Necros are rituals, but who are they? They're basically the Gishki. But like, not evil vibe. This is a hand that does exist. Smile. Yangzing is here too. Yep. Acting as if you can TLDR this. Ah yes, the TLDR. Trust. Duality. Unending. Clockwork. Majesties. I guess we'll go unending here. That just kind of makes the most sense here. I'll just keep that in hand. I don't think I need to set that. Why are they named different? I don't know. Because they need different archetypes, obviously. Brother, the Dual Terminal Lord, like, you can't make it make sense. I hate this game. This game is the worst. I fucking hate this game, dude. I'm so sick of this stupid ass game. I love just not playing Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. That's my favorite. Yay, Danglong! Yay, Danglong! I'm so glad we have Wakaushi. What the fuck is Super Heavy Samurai gonna do with Block Dragon? All of the good cards are not rocks. And not Earth. Why did we add that guy? You go 9? No, Chuffing. This is what? Fire and Light? Okay. Wait. Does that kill me? No, it's light! Shit, that's frustrating. McBaron. McBaron. Baron of here. Oh, cool. Oh, I can't let that go through, can I? But if I do this, I die, right? That's fun. Sure, that's fine. Oh, I still just died. Yeah. Oh, I still just fucking die! Oh, this game is so ass, dude. Oh. Okay, this hand actually does something. Ain't that crazy. Are we playing against stun? That'd be pretty funny. Oh, it's lab. Okay. It's like 4 hours. Yep, that's game. What if I just force you to banish a whole bunch of shit? Is that worth it? Maybe. No, I think I'm gonna be special here. All right. Smash? Yep. No, fun. Fun, fun, fun. Hip hip hooray. Yeah, you know what? You got it, dude. This game sucks so much ass, dude. God's right. Imagine any of my cards doing fucking anything at any point ever. That's crazy, dude. That's so fun. Oh yeah, dude. Sure. Yep. Couldn't they just make like a rank 7 here? Oh, okay. Fine. That seems fine. I see no issue with that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, I guess we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and I'll special. We'll special summon this guy, right? Because it doesn't matter too much here, right? Yeah, I guess we'll go with this guy. Yeah, but of course. Sure. What the hell? Oh, because you weren't special. Yeah. Right, because this game's fair. It makes sense, doesn't it? Yep. Hilarious. Sure, I'll pass here. Hilarious. Should have added back the card instead of drawing there. That would have been smarter. It's fine. Yeah, sure, bud. Not good. Yeah, that loses me the game. Fun! Fun game. Fun game. Great game. Just 10 out of 10. Just really interesting and exciting. Oh, there we go. We drew a card that prevents attacking. Hooray. Sure. Yep. I need more draw cards. I really do. Don't I? Ready? Harpy's Feather Duster. Go. Oh, it's even fucking better. Yeah, dude. Speak. That's crazy. Not great. Do I just let this happen because we have Grave? Yeah, I think I do. Actually, no, because they're not going to always have monsters that do something. And just in case. course they did. Of course they did. Why would they not? And now they link them. So that they can grab back Hallowed. Surely it's Synchro Zone, right? Oh, sure. It's a terrible play. Watch them go combat. It was one of these, right? Like, is it not? Thanks, bud. Very kind of you. Oh, right. Synchro Zone. Cool. Well, I will... Is there any point in activating this? Or do we just hold it? I think we just hold it. It's fucking this. Why would it not be? Yeah, for sure, for sure. The question is, can they beat a big-ass Typhon? And then they make SP2 Electric Boogaloo. Now we make, like, Promethean. That's not terrible. So then we can bring back Ash, and then we can make, like, a Link 4. Yeah. Sacred Beasts. Why? Interesting. Well, Flashing Fire's nice. Is there a point to going Typhon here? No. There really isn't. So much special here. Sure. Sure. What's the play? What's the play? Frankie? Yeah, I think so. I think it's Frankie. doesn't make sense. Hugin kind of sucks. So maybe it's Munin. Let's go Munin. Oh wait, forgot to do a thing. Destruction. Nice, Flumberg. Centurion is pretty splashable in almost anything. You could probably make that work. I mean, you go Promethean Princess, right? Or just pass. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Certainly a choice you made. Fantastic. I can make my own SP with light. Yeah, let's go tip. Add. Surely, like, you make a princess here, right? Like, princess is crazy. Am I wrong? Am I going crazy? Ash. Wow. Wow, they're just better, dude. It's really just that simple. SP's actually pretty good here. Bro just wants to feel something. Don't worry, I do too. Why would we not have gone Promethean Princess grab Ashwell? Do we have a rank 4 we can make? Probably not. It's peak. It's peak, it's peak. What if I just straight up turned off the monster effects? Oh, imperm. Nice. What? Maps, maps. Hmm. Ready, imperm. Oh, okay. Hmm. That kind of doesn't do anything. Because of Clockwork Knight. I mean, it shuts them off of, like, other stuff. So there's that. We're playing stun, yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Comedy. Imagine if they hadn't gotten rid of Clockwork Knight and instead gotten rid of, like, I don't know, Synchro Zone or this one. Yeah, imagine if you could, like, I don't know, activate that monster effect. That'd be crazy. This game is pretty much checkmate unless he specifically has Harpies. But even then, like, I can just special summon a Hugin. Isn't rivalry used a lot in lab? It depends on whether it's either that or goes in. But yeah, depending on which one's better at the time, or both sometimes. Spelling's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I'm almost certain one of these is imperm. Card scanner would be nice. But less. Could go like flashing fire just to like summon a guy. Because if I summon this, I can make a Chaos Angel that's real big. It's fine. Which has really big Chaos Angel. Sure, bud. Yeah, that's fine. fuck is the plan here? They didn't get that far, did they? Do you have another warrior? Surely you keep Fiend there, right? So that you can go into, oh, you have Illusion. Bestial Love. Sure. You gonna put a dragon on the field? Apparently. Mm-hmm. Cool. Do you have an out to Rivalry? I'm surprised you didn't imperm this as opposed to this. What the fuck does this do? This doesn't do anything. Like, would you not imperm here? It's fine. What the fuck does this accomplish, dude? What does this do? Mm-hmm. Incredible. 10 out of 10 notes. Yikes, dude. Go. Do you have like Harpy's Feather Duster? Because like that would do it. It's like the one thing that would do it. They're probably playing Harpy's Feather Duster is the thing. Huh? Yeah, dude, target my special summoned monster. What are you doing? Stop wasting my fucking time. Sure, dude. He's trying his best. True. Fenris. Yeah, that's Fenris. There he is. Cool. Yep. Sick. Fantastic, dude. That's really heckin' cool. It's really heckin' cool, dude. Can we just do you play an out? Do you have a way of stopping this? Cool. Yeah, dude. For sure. For sure. So my play is draw into another Majesty's Fiend and set it so that I can special a guy. And get this out of my zone. Temple. Fucking sick, dude. Yeah, dude. For fucking sure. Do you have L-Star? Yep. Just scoop. Do you... surely they have Harpy's Feather Duster. Like, there's no shot they don't have Harpy's Feather Duster at this point. Like, I guarantee that they have it. Guaranteed. Fissure. Sure. Go. Pitch the Clockwork Knight. There it fucking is. There it is. There it is. Do you have Imperm? Sure. Oh, now we have to sit through this stupid ass combo. Why the fuck did you normal summon that? What the hell was the point of that? Bro died. It doesn't matter. You can still just do the full combo anyway. Wait, why didn't we attack with this guy? What am I, 9 levels of hell? Huh? See, I told you it didn't matter. Also, they still did it wrong. You have to send a monster there. Because now Poplar can't summon. Dude, okay. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. The fuck are you summoning? Oh, Poplar. Don't worry, chat. He doesn't have anything. Divine Temple, sure. Do you know what's crazy? How does this beat Messenger of Bees? Requiem. Sure. The hell is he summoning? Why is this guy even in your deck? What the f— oh, diffusion summon. Sure, sure. Sure, sure. Yep, yep, yep. Oh? Yeah. What the hell? Huh? Are you, like, low on time? What's happening? You have 11 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does this have to be exact? Tragic. Okay, well, we will start with Fissure, I guess. Sure, sure. Yep. We'll go Runic Dispelling. Trying to think if there's even a reason to go for the Hugin here, because I know it's just going to die. I think I actually go like this. Cool. Oh, because Smiting Storm can banish as many as I want. Handshake. Cool. Good game. Wow, the game sucked ass. Dear Atlanta, this game is... yeah. Yeah! Wow! I just need to draw more cards is the problem. I'm really not a fan of Grave. I feel like I'd rather have like a barrier statue or something. Grave feels so bad. Also, of course, it was against the meta deck. You know, if we're playing against a non-meta deck, we kind of don't do anything. I really wish I had, like, Crackdown. We could just play, like, regular stun. I don't have that. Don't have it. Don't have it. I also don't have Cyberjar, which is kind of crazy. Society of Card Demise with Eagle. Please, no. Cool, Mystic Potato. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Trust. I feel like I need something more proactive. I really just need draw spells, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. Because if I can draw additional cards, it's fine. But I don't have any. We could play, like, Engage. Like a small Engage engine. Is there a point to playing Into the Void? Jar of Greed. I don't have Time Tiring. Moko Moko. What do I like about Yu-Gi-Oh? A lot of things. Yo, Sekka's Light. Do we play Jar of Greed? Jar of Greed sounds awful. The problem is I need something to draw, like, on the first turn, which is why, like, Into the Void would not be bad. Because, like, we could Into the Void and then just set our hand. Yeah, fuck it. Let's play Into the Void. And what are we removing? Let's remove a... U... Yeah. No, I think I need you instead of you. Let's do that. Supply Squad. Why would Time Tiring be bad in Runic? It's not like we're playing hand traps. Doesn't it just stop monster effects? Laku Garacha, Laku Garacha, D D D D D D D, Laku Garacha, Laku Garacha, D D D D D D D D D. Saturday cartoons. True. You have Fool Loss too? That'd be hilarious. Yep. Sick. You have Ash? Ash goes crazy here. Imperm? Valor, 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 Valor. Sure, that's fine. Ready? Lightning Storm. No, it's gonna be Heavy Storm. Hydra. Sure. Mm-hmm. Snaggin. Sure, sure. Tundra. Sure, sure. Yep. I just pop this guy here, right? No, I think I allow that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Fodra, sure, sure. Can't really allow them to attack now, can I? No, I can't. Sure. Yep. Oh, that's just incorrect. What the fuck? I didn't, for sure. Why the fuck would you go spell that? Sure. Card scanner. That might actually do something. Spells. Nice. That's a good one. Nice. Surely I only have the one Hugin. Did they just put that shit on top? No, they just revealed it. Okay. I was like, what? What's the play here? Is it grab Munin? I think it's just wait. I think it's just wait. I could grab this guy. Bring main phase or opponent's final phase. Go to face up monster. Open the controls. Banish both that monster. And this card is this card. If a card is added from the main deck to your opponent's hand, special summon a token in attack position. It just puts a token onto the field, right? Does that accomplish anything for me? Not really. Like, it tags out. It tags out, which is nice, but it tags out during the battle phase. I mean, it's not bad. It's mandatory to put it on top? Oh, nice. I'm wondering if I pitch it for Hugin. Does that accomplish anything? No, not really. It really doesn't. I think I literally just wait. I think I just do this and wait. Do you know that they have Ghost Spell? And Ghost Spell shuts down Fountain. So there's that. Normal summon Pydra? Bro, normal summon Pydra here would go crazy. Do I just take the damage? Is there a point to taking the damage here? No, not really. Alright, we'll do this. We'll special. We special this guy, right? Like 1000% of the time. Yeet. Hello? Good night, Pixel. Why did that take so long? What the heck? That was crazy. Now, Skill Drain is a card. That does exist. Spells. That's hilarious. And a card I will draw, I guess. It's not gonna do anything. Lightning Storm. Sick. Fucking cool, dude. Nice Lightning Storm. Oh, no! Alright, well, I'll grab a token. I will grab a token. Yep. Not really a point in me tagging out, huh? No, not really. You know that the Trundra's in grave. We'll just set. Combat. And a monster. Face a monster your opponent controls. You did a thing! You draw the quick play? Quick play here is crazy. Are Dark Lords at all viable against meta? Dark Lords have never been viable, so they haven't received any new support, so no. And same with Dark World, if you did mean Dark World, which I don't think you did. Dark Lords are better on Duel Links. Just go play them on Duel Links. Pass! Let's go! Nice Lightning Storm. It'd be a shame if it did anything. Tip! I have a tip. I have a tip for you. I got a little bit of a tip. Ash? Bro's gonna be so pissed. Bro's gonna be so angry. He's gonna be so angry. It's peak, it's peak, it's peak. I honestly think the play is not to activate tip to search, but it's activate. Actually, it is activate to search. Yeah? And then we grab, like, destruction or something. You require effect monsters, don't you? Yeah, never mind then. Although, oh, isn't that fucking hilarious? Oh, that's very funny. Okay, we'll go tip. We will add. I add the, I guess, dispelling? Yeah, we'll add dispelling here. Banish Valor. They simply don't have Valor. Valor's not real, it can't hurt you. Trust. Smile. Summon Hugin. Hugin. Ooh. Ooh. Do we keep... Or do we just go Chaos Angel? Like, surely we just go Chaos Angel, right? Fadra is not at 2. Oh, you mean, like, he's playing 2. Yes, he's likely playing 2. I mean, we just go Chaos Angel here, right? Like, there's no reason not to just go Chaos Angel here, right? Oh, I'm not gonna activate the Chaos Angel. I just want the big ass Chaos Angel on the field. Better than Hugin. Am I wrong? Shouldn't have activated that? Don't know why I did. It's fine. I'm stupid. Can't they crash? Oh, you're right, they could. You're right, they could. Never mind. It's fine. Should have put it in defense then. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Activate the Typhon. Come on, activate the Typhon. Detach to return. Yep, that's fine. Cool. And now we go combat, right? No, we're bad, and we don't even go combat. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Freezing curses. Oh, that does what I wanted to do. All right, we'll go card scanner. I'll declare spells. Oh, you have nothing. Oh well, tragic. Did you get a spell? Majesty's Fiend. You did, Raigeki. Hilarious. My opponent's monster effects. Okay, cool. Well then, I will go like... I'm trying to think what's my best option here. Probably this guy, right? Yeah, probably that guy. Okay, cool. We'll go like this. We will special. Mm-hmm. Hugin is nice, but I think it's this guy for now. Fountain! Do you have Ghost Spell? Do we know about Ghost Spell? I think we do, right? Good. Coolio. Coolio, Coolio. Yep, yep. I should remember. Alright. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do combat. Won't trigger. We'll do this. Yeet. Yeet. Should I have put you sideways? Maybe. You drew! Bro drew. But now, at the very least, I can tag out something, which is nice. Will they see the line? Raigeki. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. No. They didn't. Hilarious. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hydra, sure. The hell did they pitch? Nib? Hilarious. Hydra. No effect. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah. I think I'm literally dead. Am I wrong? Combat, sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Quick play. What's happening? What? Majesty's Fiend. There he is. There he is. There he is. Spell. Really need to see a spell here. Well, that is a spell, but it doesn't do what I need it to do. I needed a runic spell. Tragic. Ash. Crazy. Yeah, unlucky. Dooga 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 dooga. Fucking hell, I hate this stupid ass bullshit game. Oh, imagine ever playing it. gosh, please. I just said. Ready? Harpy's Feather Duster, go. I really don't want to pitch a Runic card because I need those. I need those. Alright, I'll just... there's not a point to sending cards. Yeah, I'll just pass. Bro really doesn't want to play the game. Okay, cool. Sure, bud. Son of a bitch. These are not exactly the cards that I wanted. Alright. Seeing the thrust, I think we'll set this. Just in case. Ow. Okay. This is peak fucking comedy, dude. Holy crap. It's peak, it's peak, it's peak. It's peak! It's peak, it's so unbelievably peak. Well, okay then, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna special summon the guy. We're gonna special summon the Hugin. Again. Compelling game. Very much so. Do you have Imperm or something? Surely you have something here, right? Nope. Just fucking nothing. Just not a thing. Not a thing at all. That's actually insane. That's wildly crazy. I actually don't think I want to even activate the Slumber. I'm gonna, but I don't want to. Owned? Owned? Is there points to activating the card scanner? No, go. What's up with their username? It's just spaces. They left it blank because they're boring. Activate Ultimates later. These are so fucking funny. So fucking... yeah, that's fine. Yo, they got 3 spells. Into the Void? Sure. Into the Void? Sure. Striker. Engage. Whoa. Widow Anchor. Sure. Do you have Harpy's Feather Duster here? No. I'm just gonna negate this guy's effect. Sure. There's the Harpies. Cool, and then I lose to fucking bullshit like this? That's crazy. Who would have fucking guessed? Wow, that's crazy. bullshit. Why the droplet? So that they don't banish. Great game. Just fucking phenomenal fucking bullshit ass bullshit. This is just, yeah, this is just the worst game I think I've ever played. Why do I play Yu-Gi-Oh? Because it's better than literally any other card game, and it's a simple game that I can easily play. Yeah, you're not wrong. Great game. Just phenomenal game. 10 out of 10. Who knows? So glad that Harpy's Feather Duster is a card that exists for some reason. Why does that card exist? Because Konami hates you. That's right. That's right. Konami hates you. Smile. Just I whatever. I don't give a shit. Cool. I knew I should have just waited. There's no reason to do anything there. Because if I just wait, I'm fine. Sure. Dragon. Sure. Yeah. Cool, fountain. If I do this, I could do that, and then I could strike. And I could special summon a guy, which could do something in theory. You know, it could kill me. That's true. That's true. That's true. It could. You're right. All right, I'll flip up this and see if they bite. Holy shit, they did. That's crazy. Labyrinth? What the hell? That was not what I expected. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. This guy, right? Do you have Ash? Clockwork Knight. It's actually not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Brother, he's playing Dragoon. I don't think this person has cognition. I don't think there are gears turning within his brain. What do I need to see here? Organism? That might do it. It's like the only thing that does it. Do you have Ash? Smiting Storm's not bad. This guy could be destroyed. That'd be so fucking sick. I mean, it's this guy, right? Do we hope and pray we draw into destruction, I guess? Why the fuck would you Super Poly there? What the hell? What? You could have just not attacked and then activated the effect and killed me. It's fine. Don't think about it. If I draw a Runic Spell to cook, I won't. Yeah. Of course I fucking don't. Yeah, of course I don't. This game's great. This game's really good. No, it's really fucking sick, dude. I love losing to the worst players I think I've ever seen in my entire existence. It's my favorite, dude. It's so sick. Is it worth, like, investing everything right now? Probably not, right? Probably just wait. Just, like, set everything. This game is the goddamn worst, dude. Holy shit. 10 out of 10 game, no knows. Ready? Harpy's Feather Duster. Fun, fun, fun. Hayate. Sure. No Shizuku. No Shizuku, thank you. For sure, for sure, for sure. Flashing. Sure. didn't have another lightning storm. That's genuinely surprising. Card scanner. Well, I kind of don't want to do this because it gets them spells, and I really want to avoid getting them spells. Calling monsters doesn't do anything. I could call Trap. Let's do that. Let's call Trap. You have Ash? Use Ash, this would be very funny. Okay. Linkage, sure. Yep. Let's pass. So I know they have linkage. All of his spell cards are probably ways to remove monsters. That's likely what he's doing. Or ways to interact with monsters. There's not really a reason to activate the Clockwork Knight here. You know what? We'll go card scanner here. I'll go... You know what? Fuck it. Spell. I'll call spell. Why not? Messenger of Peace. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What are they gonna do up against a messenger? Messenger of Peace. That's hilarious. They actually whiffed. That's crazy. I mean, they get Ray on. Ray here, but like, damn, that's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, go battle. Swing phase. I would imagine they're waiting for like Lightning Storm, Heavy Storm, Harpies, Feather Duster, etc. Not normal summoning the Ray? Okay. Spells, 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 baby. Yeah. Please show a spell, it'd be so funny. It's gonna be engaged, huh? Widow Anchor. Yeah, you can have the Widow Anchor. Widow Anchor! Who would have guessed? Not I. Nope, not me. Trying to think if there's a point in me going into anything here. Like, genuinely speaking, going Frecky here is not bad. But that gives them too much advantage by being able to, like, activate shit. So I think I actually just set pass. Go. We know they have linkage, we know they have Ray, we know that they have Widow Anchor. Widow Anchor. Granted, they can't attack until they get some sort of board wipe. Ingage! Sure. Can we not, like, linkage here? I'm so confused. Multi-roll. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah. Because now if they have Harpies Feather Duster, I'm just fucked. literally can't do anything there. Surely they don't have it, right? Smile? Surely not. Drop it. Oh, fudge buckets. Yeah, yeah. Look, you got it, don't you? Right, okay. I thought it was something... Are we not just activating Carpies here? What the hell? Am I going crazy? What are we doing here? Why would we not have... Into the Void is something. It's something very... something. Huh. How interesting. How very interesting. Alright, card scan. Let's scan for some spells. I'm almost certain they have Ash Blossom. That's a good one. Hey, that's a good one. Lava Golem. It's peak. It's peak. It's peak. I love knowing what you're drawing, dude. It's great. It's great. Coolio. Let's go for a bit of a... What's my best option here? It is go for... It's go Frecky, right? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's special. Actually, no, I still think it is just go Hugin, right? Let's go Hugin. If that doesn't work, just like tribute some Vanity's Fiend. I'm having a great time, dude. How is this deck good? Like, it's because I'm playing in plat. If I'm playing against good decks, this deck is fine. It's not exceptional, but it's fine. Like, it does stuff. But, like, I'm not. I'm playing against bad decks. And all of the bad decks are playing Harpy's fucking Feather Duster. I also just don't think that this version of the deck is very good. I feel like if I were to play... like regular stun with like Morganite and like Crackdown and stuff like that, that would be pretty good. But this is just the runic cards are just too susceptible to like everything. Again, playing into like Azamina and Snake Eye and stuff like that, you know. It's a little bit better because like Dimensional Fissure just kind of cooks them, etc., etc. I also am just not a fan of Synchro Zone. This card like sucks ass. Anyway, cool. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're here at the end of this stream, go watch the beginning of the stream. The beginning of the stream was interesting, but the end, no. Anyway, later. Thanks.